नित्याचारी जीव हला हरि हरि मुकुंद मुरारी भला हरि हरि मुकुंद मुरारी राम कृष्ण हय ग्रीव विभा जमुना जीवन केरी परायण जमुना जीवन केरी परायण मानस चंद्र चकोर जमुना जीवन जमुना जीवन केली परायण जमुना जीवन केली परायण जमुना जीवन केली परायण मनस चंद्र चकोर जमुना जीवन केली परायण जमुना जीवन केली परायण मनस चंद्र चकोर नाम सुधाकर गाओ कृष्ण जस राख वचन मन मोर नाम सुधाकर गाओ कृष्ण जस राख वचन मन मोर विभा हरि विभा नमस्ते राधा कृष्ण बल बल
वंदेहं श्रीगुरु श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाक्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदान् सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama সবই অবতার হরে শিরোমণি দয়ানন্দ কুন্দার সবই অবতার হরে শিরোমণি দয়ানন্দ কুন্দার পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র সব অবতার সারি শিরোমণি সব অবতার সারি শিরোমণি কেবল আনন্দ কন্দ সব অবতার সারি শিরোমণি কেবল আনন্দ কন্দ পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র কাময়াব হরের শিরোমণি কাময়াব হরের শিরোমণি নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্রায়ামা কাময়াবতার শিরোমণি নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্রায়ামার শিরোমণি পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র সব অবতার হরে শিরোমণি কেবল আনন্দ কন্দ ভজ ভজ ভাই চৈতন্য নিতাই সুধীর বিশ্বাস করি ভজ ভজ ভাই চৈতন্য নিতাই ভজ ভজ ভাই চৈতন্য নিতাই সুধীর বিশ্বাস করি রে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া বিষয় ছাড়িয়া রাস মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি বিষয় ছাড়িয়া রাস মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ্র একবার হরি বল ভাই একবার হরি বল ভাই বিষয়ে কথা ছেড়ে দিয়ে একবার হরি বল ভাই বিষয় ছাড়িয়ে তেরা সে মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি বিষয় ছাড়িয়া তেরা সে মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি রে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া রস মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ পরম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ ও ভাই দেখো দেখো ভাই ত্রিভুবনে নাই এমন দয়াল দাতা দেখো দেখো ভাই বলে নাই এমন দয়াল দাতা ওরে পশু পাখি ঝুরে পাষাণ বিদরে শুনি যার গুণ গাথা পশু পাখি ঝুরে পশু পাখি ঝুরে পাষাণ বিদরে শুনি যার গুণ গাথা मन हृदय पाषाण गोलोनक আমার হৃদয় পাষাণ গোলোনক পাষাণ হলে বলে দে তো আমার হৃদয় পাষাণ গোলোনক রাম করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ করুণা বহু দুই জনা নিতাই গৌরচন্দ अरे सब अवतार तारे शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंद राम सिंह बराह कूर्म सकल अवतारे श्री बराह कूर्मा सकल अवतारी अवतारी निताई गौरचंदयम अवतारे अवतारी निताई गौरचंद अवतारे रे अवतारी राम सिंह बराह अवतारे अवतारी राम सिंह बराह अवतारे अवतारी परम करुणा बहुदुई जन निताई गौर चंदा राम करुण बहुदुई जन निताई गौर चंदा विषय मगिया रहिली भूलिया से पदे नहीं नयास अरे विषय भूलिया रहिली मगिया से पदे नहीं लयासं अपन कर्म जाए समन कहाये लोचन दास अपन कर्म जाए समन कहाये लोचन दास आपन कारम जाए आम पन करम जाए समन कहाए लोचन दास परम करुणा बहुत जन निताई मूर चंद्र वे परम करुणा बहुत जन निताई गौर चंद्र सब अवतार सारे शिरोमणि केवल नंद कंद रे सब अवतार सारे शिरोमणि केवल नंद कंद परम करुणा बहुत जन निताई गौर चंद्र
Shri Hari Vaja Bhakata Vasala Shri Hari Vaja Bhakata Vasala Shri Hari Vaja Bhakata Vasala Shri Hari Shri Hari Sahi Gosta Bihari Shri Hari Sahi Gosta Bihari Shri Hari Sahi Gosta Bihari Somati Chitari Nandaya Somati Chitari Dala Hola Damadara Sahikana Dala Damadara Sahikana Govinda Govinda Gopala Govinda Govinda Gopala Govinda Govinda Gopala Hari Vaja Bhakata Vasala
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chandi Arati Ke Shobha
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chandi Arati Ke Shobha
Jana Vitata Bani Jaga Jana Mana Lova
Jana Vitata Bani Jaga Jana Mana Lova
Shiva Vasai Achindora Chan Ratna Singha Sane
Shiva Vasai Ashingora Chan Ratna Singha Sane
Arati Koren Brahma Adi Deva Gane
Aditoren Rama Adideva Gane
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shanti Arati Ke Shobha
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shanti Arati Ke Shobha
Jana Vitata Bani Jaga Jana Mana Lova
Jana Vitata Vani Raja Jana Mana Lova
Shiva Dakshini
Kai Shan Bande Dada
Shiva Dakshini Raja Avidara
Nikati Advaita Prabhu Shiva Shakradara
Nikari Advaita Prabhu Shiva Sajadara
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shanti Arati Ke Shobha
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chandi Arati Ke Shobha
Jana Vitata Bani Jaga Jana Mana Lova
Jana Vitata Vani Jaya Jana Mana Lova
Shiva Shankha
Bagi Ganga Bagi Bagi Tara Tarana
Shiva Shankha Baji Ganta Baji Baji Kara Kala
Madhurami Ganga Bagi Sulitara Sala
Madhurame Ganga Baji Lanikara Sala
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora
परम करुणा बहु दुई जन परम करुणा बहु दुई जन परम करुणा बहु दुई जन निताई गौरचंद्र परम करुणा परम करुणा बहुदय जन निताई गौरचंद्र परम करुणा बहुदय जन निताई गौरचंद्र सब अवतार सारसी रमणी केवल आनंद कंदा परम करुणा बहुत जन निताई गौरचंद्र सब अवतार सारसी रमणी केवल आनंद कंदा अब तारेर शिरोमणि सब अवतारेर शिरोमणि निताई गौरचंद्र सब अवतारेर शिरोमणि निताई गौरचंद्र सब अवतारेर शिरोमणि परम करुणा बहुदय जन निताई गौरचंद्र अरे सब अवतार सारसी रमणी केवल आनंद कंद भज भज भाई चैतन्य निताई सुधीर विश्वास कोनी भज भज भाई चैतन्य निताई सुधीर विश्वास करी विषय छाड़िया अरे विषय छाड़िया तेरा से मजिया मुखे बोल हरि हरि विषय छाड़िया तेरा से मजिया मुखे बोल हरि हरि परम करुणा बहुत जन निताई गौरचंद्र अरे सावयावता सारसी रमणी केवल आनंद कंदा अरे सावयावता सारसी रमणी केवल आनंद कंदा परम करुणा महोदय जना निताई गौरचंद्र This Mahamantra Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare is being chanted by Brahma with his 4 mouths. Brahma Jape Chaturmukhe. Brahma means Lord Brahma, and Jape means he is chanting Chaturmukhe with his 4 heads. Within this universe, only Brahma has got 4 heads. And Lord Shiva sometimes exhibits 5 heads. So, it is explained here that Lord Brahma is also chanting this Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. With his 4 mouths, still he is chanting. He does not think that he is satiated. This transcendental name is so sweet that either you chant with your 1 mouth and 1 tongue, or with 1,000 mouth or 1,000 tongue, still you'll never feel tired. That is the purport of this song. Srila Rupa Goswami, he lamented that these Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, these names are so sweet that how I can relish the transcendental sweetness with 1 tongue and 1 mouth. If God would have given me millions of tongues and millions of mouths, then I would have relished little of it. So he lamented. Here also it is said that Narad Muni, he has got always with him a tanbura, and he is traveling all over the universe constantly. He cannot stay in any place more than a few seconds, and he has no companion. But his only companion is that tanpura and chanting Hare Krishna. Therefore it is said here, Narad Jave Bina Jantre, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. So, all great devotees of the Lord, they are chanting in their own way, still they never feel tired or satiated. That is the significance of transcendental chanting.
Krishna
Hare Hey, come play Madanga, but simple. Okay. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Shunyavati Vashatadesha-charine Namaste. Desha Shunyavati Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Just let me know when. Now? Now? Jaya Radha Kala Sanji, Radha Kala Sanji Shira, Hey Radha Kala. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Haribol, 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 Nitayora, Haribol. Gora Pramanande, Hari Hari Bo.
Can you read this introduction?
Yes. Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to Sunday Feast here at Sri Sri Radha Kalashandi Dham. Welcome, everybody. Today we have a very special guest all the way from India, coming here sharing spiritual wisdom. Chaitanya Charan Prabhu is a mentor, a monk, and a speaker. He's been a spiritual teacher for nearly 25 years in the Bhakti Yoga tradition through its modern-day expression, ISKCON, the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. Chaitanya Charan Prabhu is author of 27 books that explain the relevance of Vedic wisdom texts, including the Bhagavad Gita and the Ramayana. He's also the author of the world's only daily blog, the Bhagavad Gita, at gitadaily.com, where he has written some 4,000 articles on the Gita. He's been invited to talks like TED Talk, World Peace Conference, Intel, Google, Microsoft, Salesforce, Stanford, Princeton, Yale, Harvard, MIT, and Cambridge. Prabhu gives 400 talks across 100 cities in 4 continents every year. I've heard that Chaitanya Charan Prabhu, that you're known as the what? The spiritual scientist. There we go. So can we all give Prabhu a welcome by loudly chanting Hari Bol 3 times? 1, 2, 3. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hare Krishna. Welcome, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Am I audible to everyone behind? Thank you. Thank you for coming today. And I will speak based on the Bhagavad Gita, how to deal with anxiety. I'll talk about this based on this particular verse, 18th chapter, 58th verse. And I'll talk it in terms of 3 Ds. 3 Ds as causes of anxiety and 3 Ds as solutions of anxiety or strategies for dealing with anxiety. I'll explain the meaning of the verse and then we will discuss it one by one. So, mat chittaha, Krishna is speaking over here. Mat chittaha, if you become conscious of me. Mat is Krishna, chittaha is conscious. Sarva durgani, all obstacles. So I'll explain each line and then you can recite it. Macchittaha sarva durgani. Mat prasadat. By my mercy. Tarishyasi. Tarishyasi is to float, to cross over, to go beyond. So, mat prasadat tarishyasi. So Krishna is saying, if you become conscious of me, then all obstacles you will cross over by my mercy. Atha, however, alternatively, chet tvam ahankaran. If, however, out of ego, ahankar is ego. Tvam is you. Atha chet tvam ahankaran. Na shroshyasi. If you do not hear me, if you do not become conscious of me as I am recommending to you, then what will happen is vinangshasi. Vinangshasi means you will be lost. You will go on the path of self-destruction. Nashroshyasi vinangshasi. Yeah, the last line is vinangshasi. Vinangshasi. Nashroshyasi vinangshasi. Macchittaha sarva durgani. Mat prasadat tarishyasi. Atha chet tvam ahankaran. Na shroshyasi vinangshasi. Macchittaha sarva durgani. Mat prasadat tarishyasi. अथ चेत्त्वमहङ्कारान् न श्रोष्यसि विनङ्क्षसि. So let's recite once last time together. Macchittaha sarvadurgani matprasadat tarishyasi athache tvamahankaran na shrosyasi vinangshasi. Thank you. So the topic I'll be discussing is dealing with anxiety based on Gita wisdom. Okay. Do you have a steadier kind of table or? I can hold it with my hand. The Indian method of jugaad. Thank you. Okay. So dealing with anxiety. Now I'd like to start by asking you, what do you think is the cause of anxiety? Okay. One, yes, if you look at the causes of anxiety, one of them is desire. When we desire something, we are not sure whether I'll get it or not get it. Then that causes anxiety. That's true. Anything else? Fear. Okay. Is anxiety different from fear? Isn't anxiety just another word for fear? Or so you could expectation, yeah. Peer pressure, that's interesting. In one sense, desire and expectation are the same, but desire is more, okay, I want it. Expectation is, we have more, I'm entitled to this. I must get it. So peer pressure, that means whether I'll measure up to the expectations of others. If I'm going to belong to this particular group, whether it is a school or college or a company, then whether this group will accept me or not. Whether I can be acceptable and respectable within it or not, that can cause anxiety. True. Sorry? Okay, so here we have something about future. Anxiety is caused by the future. Or is it caused by the future? Well, anxiety is in one sense the same as worrying, isn't it? So we could put a little more specifically, we can call it as the uncertainty about the future, isn't it? And okay, attachments is something like a cross between desire and expectation. It's similar. Let's not just expand the list, but I appreciate your point that attachment specifically can be a significant cause of anxiety. Okay, so you could say perfectionism. Perfectionism is a serial killer of the peace of mind. But it's a serial killer on high heels. Looks very attractive. I want to be perfect. But it can destroy us. Yes, Arush? What did he say? Death. Okay. Oh, sorry. Again, so we can say just the reality of death. We are all going to die. That can cause fear. Uncertainty about results. That's something similar. Future uncertainty, we can call it also results uncertainty. Decisions. You can say something. When we are making decisions, we are not sure this is the right decision or not the right decision. And that can cause anxiety. Now, if you see, among the points which you have made, you can classify them into two broad categories. Anxiety, there is one which are avoidable or at least minimizable causes, and the others are to some extent unavoidable. Some people say that, no, I'll conquer all my fears. I'll never have any anxiety. Well, the word anxiety has a little negative connotation, but the fact is that to some extent, fear, or the whole, whatever name we use, fear, worry, anxiety, that is sometimes just unavoidable. Because we live in an uncertain world. So we could say, to some extent, anxiety is unavoidable because of an existential dilemma. And what is that existential dilemma? We can say, let's put it this way. Suppose this is a circle of the things what we need to control. And within that is what we can control. So what we can control is always lesser than what we need to control. So for example, say we want good health. That's a basic required for living. Now we can try to have a good diet, we can try to exercise, but we can't control, say, germs coming in the environment. We can't control a pandemic spreading across the world. Say we need money for living. So we need that. Now what we can control is, we can do our job well, we can make sure that we learn the necessary skills, can deliver the expected results. But if a recession spreads across the world, and then there is some retrenchment, some layover, and now we can't control that. So in one sense, anxiety or fear or worry is, with this understanding, and just an inevitable reality of life, that there will be anxiety, because what we need to control is far lesser than what we can control. Let me put this another way, that sometimes people think fear. Now I am right now going to use fear, anxiety and worry as interchangeable. There are subtle differences, but let's not get into those differences right now. So is fear or anxiety or worry always a bad thing? Not necessarily. Now, suppose a child is on top of a 10-story building. Maybe they're visiting some friend's house, the family is visiting a friend's house, and the child is, say, on top of a 10-story building, and here there's some window. And the child is peering out of the window. Now if the child is peering out of the window and the child feels no fear, the mother will feel great fear. What are you doing? Come out. Come back inside, isn't it? So in one sense, if we could, fear is a desirable response to danger. Fear is not only desirable, it may well be essential. It's essential for our survival. So fear is like an innate psychological safeguard that has been provided for us. Whenever we come into danger, if you go to a top high mountain peak and we look down from there, it's a dizzying fall, deep valley. There's a part of us which just goes back. And that is a protector. That is desirable. So now sometimes here we have to understand a key difference, that see, there is, if we consider dealing with fear, if we consider pendulum, there could be two extremes. There is one extreme is a person is fearful. But the opposite of fearful is not necessarily fearless. Although etymologically the word can be like that. The opposite of fearful can very well be reckless. So one is, the person is completely controlled by fear, and the other is the person has no fear. And having no fear is not a good thing. If somebody is driving way above the speed limit, say, come here, this is dangerous. Hey, why are you so afraid? I have no fear. Well, it's not that you have no fear, you have no head. Isn't it? You're not being fearless in the sense of being courageous. You are just being reckless over here. So we can say foolhardy. So it's not a simple polarity. And the opposite of fearless, or opposite of fearful, is not necessarily fearless. It can very well be reckless. So yes, we don't want to be controlled by fear. But we don't want to have no fear even when there is danger. At least some amount of caution is required. So that's why I talked about dealing with fear. Not conquering fear or getting rid of fear or eliminating fear. Eliminating fear may not be a very healthy thing. So in between is what we can call as courageous. Now when there is courage, real courage is not so much the absence of fear as it is the presence of a purpose bigger than fear. Courage, it's not when I say a soldier goes to fight for their country. A soldier who is not afraid of injury and death is actually a reckless soldier. That way the soldier can just rush into enemy fire and be shot dead. Only in superhero movies or fantasy movies does a soldier rush into enemy ranks and all the bullets are just going by the person, nothing hits him. No, him or her, whatever it is. That only happens in imagination. In real life, when there is danger, there should be at least some second thought about what I'm doing. But why do soldiers go into battlefield even when there is danger and there is natural fear? Because for them, there is a higher purpose. There is love for country. There is the desire to protect their country, to serve their country. So courage, if you want to understand what is courage, it is not absence of fear. Not so much absence of fear as it is presence of a purpose bigger than fear. That one has something more important. Say like somebody, suppose you are a parent, say you are a mother, and you are afraid of dark. And suddenly the power goes off. And then you start feeling fear. But you have a small child. And the child starts crying. Child is fearful. Now the child starts crying, at the time the mother also starts crying. And then the child's fear will be compounded. So although you have fear, but you have a purpose. I have to take care of my child. And then you try to comfort the child. Things will be all right. Lights will come back. We'll see what to do. Whatever you speak. And then when that purpose, I have to take care of my child. When that purpose is more prominent in your mind, although the fear of the dark is there, it won't make us fearful. So we could put it this way. If this is our consciousness, this is our Chetana. So if say this is an external danger. A danger could be anything. Danger could be sudden darkness. Danger could be some steps we hear of somebody may be unknown or dangerous, criminal coming and knocking at a door, trying to break the door. Or it could be just some threatening phone calls coming or whatever it is. There's a danger. Now when the danger comes, at that time, fear is a natural reaction. And that is not an undesirable reaction. However, if that fear is not to grow and consume our consciousness. So fear is a part of our consciousness. But then what will happen is when we say fearful, when we are fearful, what is happening is, this is our consciousness, and within that, let me put fear as red over here. The fear almost completely consumes our consciousness. Then this is the state of being fearful. So where fear is expanded to fill our consciousness. That is the time when we are controlled, when we become helpless, when we become paralyzed. So this is unhealthy. But what is a healthier state is, so if we consider from here, we don't want to go in this direction. We don't want our consciousness, when there is danger, there is fear. The fear expands and consumes our consciousness completely. We don't want that. But then what do we want? We want another trajectory. Let's look at what this trajectory is. if we consider this is our consciousness, and there is some fear. Let me put fear in red over here. There is some fear because there is some danger. So now what we want is, there is a presence of a purpose bigger than fear. Why am I here? What am I doing over here? So fear is something which we can't avoid. When there is danger, fear will come. But what we can ensure is that we find for ourselves, or we build for ourselves, a purpose that is bigger than fear. And when we have that purpose that is bigger than fear, then the fear won't dominate us. The fear will be there as a part of our consciousness. It won't become the whole of our consciousness. And so we could say this is fearful, and so in between when I said this, courageous, so in between fearful and reckless, we can say is careful. So we want to be careful. There are dangers in life, and in the face of dangers, we want to be careful. So courageousness is not being careless. I said we want to be careful. So this, when we have a purpose that is bigger than fear, that is when we can be careful. So how do we do this? So this is a broad understanding. Dealing with fear does not mean just imagining that the world doesn't have any danger, or imagining that even when there's danger, there should be no emotion of fear within me. Yeah, fear will be there, but I don't want fear to control me. Okay. So this is the first part, based on the Bhagavad Gita's model. Mat chittaha sarva durgani mat prasadat tarishyasi. Krishna is saying that obstacles will come, dangers will come. But if you can't become conscious of me, you will pass over those obstacles by my grace. So he's not saying the obstacles will be destroyed. The obstacles will be there. The obstacles can be either the external danger or the inner emotion of fear that comes from the danger, or both. The obstacles will be there, but you will cross over those. And how will you cross over those? One way is that Krishna infuses within us a sense of higher purpose. And that helps us face the fears. Okay. So now, as I said, that fear is not the problem. Because fear is a natural and necessary response to danger. But what is the problem is, there is one thing is fear, but there is the fear-triggered imagination. And this is the big problem. It is, when I say cross, what is the problem? Fear coming is there, fine. But then, once that imagination, hey, this may happen, that may happen, that may happen, that may happen, that may happen. Once that starts going, that is where we go wild. Say, we go to office, we have heard there's a recession in the world going across. And then we go in office, and our boss looks at us in a strange way. And immediately, our minds are thinking, oh, is my boss going to fire me today? If I'm going to fire, what will I do? I've just taken a bit more mortgage for my house. How will I pay for it? If I can't pay for it, then where will I go? I'll be homeless. I'll be living. It's so cold. And it's so cold, I'll be so miserable. Now we may be in an air-conditioned room and we may start sweating. Not because of the cold, but because of the fear. So what we want to avoid is that fear-triggered imagination. And for that purpose, I'll talk about three things. How fear operates. If we understand this, that fear operates broadly through three things: deception, domination, and disconnection. So we'll look at these three and then we'll understand how to deal with these three. What is the deception over here? See, suppose, say we are playing a game where we are blindfolded and we are supposed to catch someone and we don't know where to go. And then somebody comes and touches the shoulder. No, I'll tell you where that person is. Come with me. And we start following that person. And we go in one direction. How far? This person is here only. We'll catch him right now. We keep going. And then we slip on something and fall down and injure ourselves. We open our eyes and see that person who's leading us along is also blindfolded. Yes. What are you doing? So, actually, I talked earlier about the uncertainty about the future. So, the deception is that fear is just as blind about the future as we are. But it pretends to have eyes. See, this is one critical point if you understand this, that no one knows the future. Even fear doesn't know the future. But fear says, this will happen, this will happen, this will happen. And the deception is, fear is blind, but pretends to see the future. Not just see the future, but also show us the future. That's why, once we understand this point, when fear is coming, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? What if that happens? Okay. Fear is also just imagining. It is just guessing. Fear is just as blind as we are. Now we say, that means I am uncertain? Yeah. I don't know what is going to happen in the future. Is that of a help? Actually, fear doesn't just propose, oh, what if this happens? Fear makes us believe this is about to happen. And so, fear first starts off by presenting some possibility. This may happen. But then, it starts presenting it that this is a certainty. And because this is a certainty, then you are doomed. And that is when we become paralyzed. So, what fear does is, how our consciousness, we could say, degenerates. How fear overpowers. It starts by presenting dark possibilities. Oh, this may happen, that may happen, that may happen. It starts presenting like that. And then it not only presents or proposes dark possibilities, but as it goes down, it starts portraying them as inevitabilities. And this is when we become doomed. So this is when we become paralyzed, we feel helpless, we just collapse. If something like this is going to happen only, and what can I do? I'm just helpless. But this is the deception of fear. That fear is blind. As blind, now we say it is guessing. Yeah, this may happen. Yeah, it can happen. Anything can happen for that matter. Oh, for that matter, right now we are sitting. Maybe an earthquake can occur under us below. And we all maybe just devoured by the earthquake. So there is so intelligence is what differentiates between something what is called as, let's put it here, sorry, possibility and probability. These two are not the same, not equal to. Everything is a possibility in the world. But we can't live in our life just worrying about possibilities. Does that mean we never consider things? Yeah, we do consider things. But what is probable? Say, if my car's brakes are not working, and that time I start thinking, hey, there might be an accident. Well, that's not just a possibility, that's a probability. I should stop the car, get the brakes fixed. But if I'm driving on a car, I start thinking, oh, what if suddenly my car's brakes fail? And then my car will veer out of control and I'll die. Well, what are you going to do then? Are you never going to be in a car? Okay, you may say, okay, I'll never drive a car in future. Okay, but then you might just be walking on the pavement, and some car driver's brakes may fail and they may hit you. Will we never go out of our house? We cannot do that. So the role of intelligence, buddhi, is to differentiate between possibility and probability. So what happens is, the mind makes possibilities seem not only probabilities but inevitability. So from possibility, probability. So possibility is it may happen, probability is it is likely to happen. And inevitability, it is going to happen and you can do nothing about it. So this is where we want to check. Fear is going to come in our life, all of us. But if we can keep our intelligence steady, then what will happen is, we won't let fear control over us. Fear is blind. Just as blind as we are about the future. So this is the first point. So there's a deception over there. And the deception, if we understand it, then we will not let fear control us. Just like sometimes you watch especially during the political campaigns that are going on, each party tries to portray as if the other party is elected, everything is going to be destroyed. The whole city will be overrun by crime and everything will be destroyed, one party will say. The other party will say, if this party is elected, then there will be all kinds of exploitation and inequality and this and that. So we learn to take the rhetoric not too seriously. So that is fear. So we need to, our mind is like that. It's a hyper excitable kind of thing. So that brings me to the second point for dealing with fear. First is deception. So now to understand how fear works, again let's go back to the Bhagavad Gita's model. The Bhagavad Gita says that our self is three levels. There is the soul, the Atma, there is the mind, and then there is the body. So Atma, Mana and Sharir. Now, if we could say, largely speaking, danger comes at the level of the body. There could also be danger at the level of the mind, that somebody may insult me. But let's focus, that's also very much there, but let's focus right now. Danger is what comes at the bodily level, at the physical level, at the external level. And then when this arises, that triggers fear in the mind. So danger at the body triggers fear in the mind. See, if you're driving along the road and suddenly we see somebody driving very fast and their car is moving like very unpredictable, crazy way. Is this person out of control? Is this person drunk? What should I do? I don't want to be hit by this person. You might just look, is there some side way where I can just drive my car off? So there's a danger. And the danger triggers fear in our mind. So here, the first part I said is deception. That fear claims that I know everything. I know this is going to happen. But no. So the second, once there's a deception, the second thing that fear does is domination. And first, we avoid the fear's deception by knowing that, by remembering that fear is blind. So as I said, fear occurs in the mind, and the mind often tends to be blind. This one idea comes within the mind, and immediately it gets completely overwhelmed by that idea. The mind often tends to be blind. Just, okay, this desire, this is what I want, no matter what the cost. This is similarly, this fear, I have to run away from here. Well, what's the danger? No, there's a big danger, I have to run away from here. So now, how do we avoid this domination of fear? How do we avoid fear going from possibility to probability to inevitability? For that, we need to understand a key difference. That is, even if we can't avoid even if we can't prevent fear from coming in our life, and most of the times we can't. There are sometimes we can. Even we can't avoid fear or prevent fear from coming in our life, we can prevent fear from running our life. Running our life means taking control of our life. And actually when it runs our life, what it does is running our life and ruining our life. When fear runs our life, it's like if, say, we are driving a car and our child says, Mommy, there's great danger over here. Oh, where's the danger? No, there's great danger. So what do you want to do? I want to drive the car. No, you let the child take over the car. The child will run the car in far greater danger. Isn't it? So, this is where the Gita's philosophy can help in a big way. That, see, here there is the soul, here there is the mind. And beyond that there is the body. So, what happens is soul, mind, body. Now, fear enters the mind. When fear enters the mind, one of the fundamental teachings of the Gita is that we are different from our mind. We are spiritual beings. The mind is like a software. If the body is like the hardware, the mind is like the software, and the soul is like the user. So just like on our phone, some notification pops up. Now hundreds of notifications may pop up. Now we don't have to take notice of all notifications. Some are important, some are not important. But we understand that this phone is different from me, its notifications are not necessarily instructions for me. We evaluate it. So one of the key insights in the Bhagavad Gita is to recognize that I am different from my mind. So we cannot stop fear from coming in our mind. It will come. But we can stop fear from running our life. We listen to the mind, we identify with the mind, and then we ruin ourselves. Let me explain this with an example. Now Ram Navami is coming in a few days. So most of you have probably heard the story about how Manthara, she poisoned the mind of whom? Kaikeyi. So the Ramayana is an ancient Indian epic which describes the descent of Lord Ram, who is a divine manifested in this world. While describing that, it also teaches many life lessons through the choices of the various characters. So in many ways you could say here, to understand it, that Kaikeyi is like the soul and Manthara is like the mind. So Kaikeyi was the queen and Manthara was her maid. Now what happened was Manthara was there, and Manthara had always been there in her life. From her childhood she was there, and she knew that he was a little irritable. But when Manthara came at that particular point, and he said, do you understand what is happening? He said, there's a disaster. He says, what disaster? He said, actually, he says that, she said that Ram is going to be coronated as a prince, regent and the king after that. And initially, actually, Kaikeyi was delighted. Kaikeyi took out a jewel necklace. He says, in the entire life, you have never brought such wonderful news for me. Here, take this award. And Manthara just hurled the jewel necklace on the ground. He says, how naive can you be? This is all a conspiracy to sideline you, to destroy you. What conspiracy? He says. She said, what conspiracy? He says, that, you know what is happening? If Ram becomes the king, then his mother Kaushalya will become the royal mother. Once she becomes the royal mother, then nobody will care for you. You will be sidelined. In fact, because for so long you were the favorite queen and she was sidelined, she will get back at you. She will victimize you. She will traumatize you. She will destroy you. Now, there was no basis for this actually. Now, Kaushalya and Kaikeyi, naturally as co-wives, they had some tension among them. But there was no animosity. Kaushalya also wanted to please Dashrath. And when she saw that Dashrath is more pleased with Kaikeyi, she offered deference to her. But there was no animosity. Now she imagined that. And then, what Kaikeyi's mistake in one sense was that she heard Manthara submissively. Now we could say Manthara had not cheated her like that before. So we could say her hearing mantra submissively was okay. It was excusable. But what was even more egregious was that after hearing mantra submissively, she did not seek any clarification from anyone else. When Dashrath came, she could have asked Dashrath, can you tell me what is going on? Why is Ram being coronated? And why the urgency? Why can't you wait for Bharat to come back and then have the coronation? She could have asked. But she didn't ask him at all. Now, if she felt, oh, maybe Dashrath is leading the conspiracy, he will just tell some story, he will never tell me the truth. Well, Dashrath had not deceived her like that any time before. She could have at least given him the benefit of the doubt. But if she felt that I can't trust Dashrath, then maybe she could have talked with the sage Vashishta, who was a royal priest. He had no axe to grind over there. He had no dog in the fight over there. She didn't consult anyone else. So she heard her mind was her first mistake, but a far bigger mistake was she did not hear anyone else. And that is what our mind is constantly going inside us. And based on our past experiences, based on our past conditionings, our mind will have its fears. Oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? What if that happens? What if this happens? What if that happens? So there will be the fear that is unavoidable. We can't prevent that. That's the nature of our mind. Say suppose we grew up in a very competitive environment, academically competitive environment, and then we are always compared with our siblings or friends, where they would always get more marks than us, and we're negatively compared. So then anything where somebody else gets something better than us, then we will feel some fear. That's just inevitable. But do we have to let it act on us? That means once the fear comes in, do we let it become our decision maker? Or do we wait? Okay, this fear is there. It may have come, but is it like I said, fear is blind, don't listen to it. But how can you not listen to it when it is there? It is by being ready to listen to someone else. And this is where the mind will come up with its own fears. So what we have to do is, just as Kaikeyi, she could not prevent hearing Madhara. Like that, the soul inside us, right next to us, is the mind. Our mind will keep fearing. But what she could have done is, she could have heard from some other reliable source, some other trustworthy source. If she had heard from that trustworthy source, at least she would have got some reason to hesitate, a cause to pause. So similarly for us, we can't avoid hearing the mind. The soul is here, the mind is here. And the soul will hear the mind. But what we can do is, we can regularly hear from some other source. And the other source is wisdom, timeless wisdom. It is called as Guru, Sadhu, Shastra. So we hear from wisdom texts like the Bhagavad Gita. We hear from teachers of the Bhagavad Gita. We try to connect with one such teacher with whom we can have a personal connection. And we can ask our personal questions. So that way, we get an alternative to the version that is being spun by the mind. And this is vital. So that deception is there. To check the deception, we need to ensure that there is no domination. And to prevent, fear will be coming in our mind, but to prevent it from running our life, we need an alternative version, an alternative vision of what is happening. Once we can do this, we'll find that even if fear comes, it won't take us over. Our fears will decrease. Just even if we come to a place like a temple and just sit down and pray, we'll find ourselves calming down. And that brings me to the last point, how fear works. Fear works through disconnection. Domination means what Manthara did was, he says, how can you be so naive? You are a queen. Don't you understand the way politics works? Oh, if I don't protect you, you will be destroyed. So she basically dominated Kaikeyi. And after that, what she did was, she didn't let Kaikeyi talk with anyone else. In fact, Manthara specifically told Kaikeyi, the king will try to weasel some way out. He may say, you can let Bharat become the king, but don't send Ram away. He said, don't give an inch to him. If you give an inch, he will take everything away. So she disconnected him. She disconnected Kaikeyi from Dashrath completely. And similarly, now what is the disconnection? Fear makes us believe that we are all alone against the big bad world. Fear creates a victim mentality within us. Oh, these people are bad, these people are uncaring, these people are judgmental. No one will understand me, no one will care for me. And when that disconnection happens, when we are disconnected from everyone else, that means we are connected only with fear. And that is where fear gets complete control over us. So, disconnection is the illusion that we are all alone in a big bad world. But the fact is, we are not alone. There are people around us who care for us. And most importantly, we are all parts of Krishna. And Krishna always cares for us. So the way to counter that disconnection is by establishing a connection with Krishna. By not just praying to Krishna at the time of fear. That is good to do that. But somehow, if that is the only time we are praying, it's good if we are praying at that time, but sometimes it may be very difficult to connect with Krishna at that time. Because we have no habit of connecting with him. Like when there is a fire, when there is a fire in our house, if that's the time we start digging a well near our house, well, that may be too late. So like that, if through our devotion, we establish a regular connection with Krishna, then that regular connection will bring us strength, will bring us stability, will bring us clarity. So that disconnection is, we are not alone in this world. Even if we are all alone with nobody seeming to understand us, Krishna always understands us. Krishna never rejects or abandons us. Sarvasya chaham hridisannivishto. He's present in the hearts of every one of us. And there is no activity that we can ever do that will make Krishna say, I'm disgusted with you, I will leave your heart and go away. No. We as finite beings do not have the power to disconnect from the infinite love of the infinite. We may forget it, but Krishna still is there for us. Krishna is always with us. Even if we reject the existence of God, God doesn't reject us. So atheists don't believe in God, and God returns the favor. God doesn't believe in atheists. That means God says your atheism is just a temporary misconception that you have. You are still my part. I still love you. I still care for you. So, say the soul is here, and say the mind is filled with fear. So we discussed that what we can do is, here there is the infinite soul, that is Krishna. And he is right next to us in our hearts. And it is through this bhakti that we develop our devotion connection with Krishna. So as we say, the more we do chintan, the more we contemplate on Krishna, the less we will do chinta. The less we will be controlled by fear. Fear will come, but it won't control us. And when we practice bhakti, it is not just a religious ritual. It is not just a cultural practice. It is actually a strategy for self-empowerment. So bhakti can be seen as a religious ritual. Oh, come to a temple, bow down to God, chant some holy names. That's fine if somebody does it like that. It can be just seen as a cultural custom. That's also okay. But bhakti is much, much more than that. Each of these, we are practicing bhakti like this, we are underutilizing bhakti. Like, bhakti can offer 100% blessings, just using 5% or 10% of the blessings. Bhakti is actually a strategy for self-empowerment. It is bhakti is a practice which is done strategically, by which we empower the self. The self connected with Krishna becomes extremely powerful. So sometimes we may have great dangers, and those great dangers can seem overwhelming. However, what bhakti reminds us is that no matter how big our problems are, God is bigger than our biggest problems. And that remembrance is what can become a game changer. Say if we are alone on a dark street and suddenly we see some heavily built person, with some knife and with some gun coming along, we'll feel scared. And see, where will I go? Where will I run? What will I do? But if we just turn back and we see, just on that street, there is an even more well-built police person there standing. And we look at that police person, and immediately this thief will be there, but still this robber will be there, but our fear will go down. So similarly for us, we cannot eliminate the sources of fear in the world, but we can connect with the source of security. That is Krishna. Krishna is bigger than the biggest problems in the world. And the more we connect with Krishna, the more we'll find security even amid the sources of insecurity. So that is what we need to appreciate. So devotion is not just about coming and chanting the holy names or just bowing down to God. It is when we study the philosophy, when we understand the Bhagavad Gita, then we understand how great Krishna is. And then we understand that He can help us face the greatest of fears. So no matter how big our fears are, God is bigger than our biggest fears. And that is how we can actually overcome our fears. We may be here, there may be this giant fear, but there is an even bigger God. So our problems are big, our fears are big, but God is the biggest reality. And by connection with Krishna, Machittaha Sarva Durgani, we can pass over our fears. So I'll summarize. I spoke 3 broad points today. When we talk about managing our fears, it is not about, we don't want to be fearful, but the opposite of fearful is reckless. We don't want that also. What we want is to be careful. And we talk about careful means, fear is there, but there is a purpose bigger than fear. There is some understanding that there is something which I am doing which is bigger than fear. And then how do we become careful? How do we learn to manage our fear? That means we talk about how fear is a part of our consciousness, but there is something bigger in our consciousness. How do we do that? I talk about 3 parts. How fear operates. What is the first thing you remember? Deception. So fear is just as blind as we are about the future, but fear pretends to know. And what does fear do? That which is a possibility, it not only makes it seem to be like a probability, but also inevitability. And that's how it paralyzes us. So, if we are just using our intelligence to remember that the fear is also blind, then we won't let it paralyze us. And then the second way fear operates is, you remember? Domination, yeah. It deceives, I know, and then makes us control us. This is where I talked about the story of Manthara and Kaikai. That Kaikai controlled Manthara so much that don't hear anyone else. And if only she had heard someone else, consulted someone else, she would not have been so overwhelmed. That is why what we need to do is, we need to prevent this domination of the soul by the mind, we need to regularly hear wisdom. Guru, Sadhu, Shastra. When we hear from them, and the mind's version will not be accepted by us uncritically. The third strategy, the third way mind dominates is disconnection. Once domination is there, the disconnection follows. This is, we are all alone in the big bad world. And how can we survive? By listening to what I am telling you. That's what the mind says. So, devotion reminds us that we are not alone. There is a God, and God cares for us. Cares for us so much that is always with us. And when we remember that God is bigger than our biggest problems, then that disconnection can be overcome. So we want the bhakti connection. Bhakti is not just a religious ritual or a cultural custom. It is a strategy for self-empowerment. And if we understand this, then whatever fears we may face in our life, we will be able to face them by God's grace. Mat prasadat tarishyasi. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, please. So how to remember Krishna while we are working? Well, remembrance can be at different levels. Just like if a person has a job which is far away from their home, in a different city, and the person is going to office and they're doing that job competently, but at the back of their mind they remember, I'm doing this for my family. So remembrance can also mean remembrance of purpose. So when we say remember Krishna, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to remember Krishna lifting the Govardhan hill, or Krishna dancing with the gopis, or Krishna playing a flute. It means remembering that I am a part of Krishna, and I am my job, my family, whatever I am doing, it's my service to Krishna. So how it works is, if we consider this as our consciousness, then in the forefront of our consciousness, there'll naturally be what we are doing. We'll be focused on that. Okay, I'm negotiating this deal, I'm debugging this code, I am diagnosing this patient, whatever it is. But in the background of our consciousness, there will be, why am I doing this? So forefront is, what am I doing? And we have to pay attention to that, no doubt. But in the background is, why am I doing this? And that purpose is what will gradually start defining our activity. And as we become more and more accustomed to doing a particular activity, then what will happen is this proportion will change. Consider, the forefront will always be what we are doing. What? But in the background, the why will also become prominent. We will be attentive to what we are doing, but we'll also be aware of why we are doing what we are doing. That's how remembrance of Krishna comes. And for this to grow, this background awareness of what we are doing, to grow, we need to have some quality time for practicing bhakti directly. That's why bhakti has two aspects to it. One is immersive bhakti. Immersive means we turn away from the world and immerse ourselves in Krishna. We do our chanting of the holy names, we study scriptures, we worship the deities. We immerse ourselves in Krishna. And then bhakti is also inclusive. That means we understand that Krishna doesn't exist only in the temple. Krishna also exists in the world. And I am serving Krishna in the world. Through my job, through my family duties. So we want to do both in immersive and inclusive bhakti. If we are doing in only inclusive, then Krishna will go so much in the background that he will disappear in the background completely. So we need to give adequate time for immersive bhakti. Then our inclusive bhakti will also be bhakti, because in the background, Krishna will be there in our awareness. Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
My question is on your item number 1, which you presented, on the fearful, the careful, and then the recklessness. My question is, there are 3 types of people who are fearless. So I want to see where we choose that one. So number 1, people are who are the God realized people. That's what they do. Even the King Parikshit was fearless at the end of the 7 days of his course. That's the one category. The second type of category who are fearless are people who are fully surrendered to God. For example, Mirabai, even though the king Rana gave the poison to her, she drank it, she knew it was a poison. When the he put the lion in front of the Mirabai. She worshipped the lion. She was fearless. Right? That's the second category. The third category of people who are fearless are the people who follow the dharma. Lord Krishna says in Gita that people who follow a little bit of dharma, I make them free from the great danger of fear. So how do you feel that?
So in all these cases, you talk about when somebody may be self-realized, somebody may be completely absorbed in devotion, or somebody is dharmic. In all of these cases, all of them are very careful to stay in that particular connection. So Mirabai, she was fearless because she was carefully absorbed in the Lord. She was always been careful to be habitually absorbed in the Lord. And now her heart was spontaneously flowing toward the Lord. Somebody who is self-realized, and that's why they are fearless. Again, why are they fearless? Because they have carefully cultivated self-realization. So in all, and same with dharma. If somebody has consistently practiced dharma, they have faith in dharma, then they know that, okay, eventually dharma will win. I mean, if I go through some difficulties right now, eventually, Satyameva Jayate, as dharma will win. So it is all due to the presence of a purpose bigger than fear. Okay, thank you. Yes, yes, please. Yes, please. I will come back to you. Yeah, please. Okay, how do we avoid the distress from perfectionism? Well, basically, it's like when we try to improve ourselves, the graph like peaks at a particular point. And then after that, if you can say this is effort. This is effort. And this is improvement. So the more effort we make, generally we improve. But beyond a particular point, the effort doesn't lead to much improvement. And after some time, there's just so much effort and we don't even know whether there's some improvement or not. So what we need to do is, it's good to have somebody else who can help us at that time. Like when I write. Now, the more time I spend on an article or a book, it improves. But after a particular point, I keep reading, I change this word, change this sentence, do this, do that. I can spend the rest of my life on improving one article or one book. But how much is it worth it? So in one sense, this perfectionism arises from the illusion that we imperfect beings can create something perfect. We are imperfect beings, we are finite beings. So even if something is considered perfect right now, maybe in future it may not be considered perfect. So that's why what we can do is, we can take some other person's perspective. Somebody who's more balanced, who's a little more objective. See, okay, between this and this, how much improvement is there? Is this really worth it? And also if you understand that we are multifaceted beings, we have many areas in which we want to function in life. And our job or our home or our looks or our whatever it is, that area is not the only area I'm working in. I have to work in many areas. And sometimes moderate success in various areas of life can actually bring great fulfillment than perfection in one area and then dysfunction in all other areas. So if we understand that part also, that we are not just unidimensional beings, then it's not that we are not endeavoring in this area. We just decided that I have to endeavor in other areas also, and that's why I am putting a stop over here. Krishna talks about this in Bhagavad Gita as knowledge in the mode of ignorance. He says, when we take one thing to be everything and become excessively fixated on one thing at the expense of all other things, then that is counterproductive. Okay? Thank you. Yeah, there's a question here. Yeah. Why should we not feel anxiety? are we still not finite beings living in a large world? Just because we are devotees, does that mean that we don't have uncertainty about the future? We may know that, ultimately Krishna will take care of me, ultimately Krishna will elevate me, liberate me, whatever. But immediately we don't know the future. So I'd say anxiety is not a bad thing. Anxiety is also a sign of seriousness, of responsibility. One time, Tamal Krishna Maharaj told in Mumbai, he told Prabhupada that, Prabhupada, this land dealings, they are causing me so much anxiety. And Prabhupada told him that your anxiety for serving Krishna will take you to Krishna. So he said this. Now, that doesn't mean we want to be constantly in anxiety. But the idea is that Yashoda Mai, when she sees that, hey, Krishna has not come back, it's evening, what has happened? When is he going to come back? She's anxiety. And that anxiety increases her absorption in Krishna. So it's very important for us. Sometimes we think of spirituality, especially or bhakti spirituality, we think of it as the test of bhakti spirituality is that we should be peaceful. While being peaceful is fine enough, but bhakti spirituality is not so much about being peaceful as being purposeful. Peaceful is fine, but purposeful is much more important. And sometimes because of a purpose, when our purpose is to serve Krishna, that may actually take away our peace for some time. That is, say, if we decide to manage prasadam for Janmashtami. Now, how many people are going to come? How are you going to cook? This is going to cause some anxiety. But that purpose is connecting us with Krishna. We are doing something valuable for Krishna. That's why the spiritual perfection is not freedom from anxiety. Spiritual perfection is absorption in Krishna. And when we have a real relationship with Krishna, then that real relationship involves all the various emotions that are there in a relationship. So when we think of God, I relate with God so that I can become peaceful. We are not really relating with God. We are relating almost with like a projection, a projected conception of God. If God is a real, living, loving person, then relating with Him will involve a whole rich panorama of emotions. And so if we really care for a person, then we will have anxiety at times in relationship with that person. And same with Krishna. So don't worry so much about being free from anxiety. Focus more, work more on being focused on Krishna. Okay, thank you. Okay. So, thank you very much for your participation today. I have written a few books, about 27 books on various spiritual topics. What I spoke today was based on Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is, which is a definitive commentary on the Bhagavad Gita. And Prabhupada also inspired us to study scripture from various perspectives and to write our realizations. So this is the Gita from an applicational perspective. 365 articles inspired by the Bhagavad Gita, one article per page with a summary sentence and some reflection questions based on one verse. You can read one article in about 3-4 minutes and you can see how it can be applied. So there's one section on facing fears, facing temptations, dealing with adversities, like that. There are 7 sections under 3 broad categories: nourish yourself, nourish your relationships, and nourish your devotion. So much of what I spoke was from this book, Bhagavad Gita for Daily Mindfulness. This is from the Gita from an application perspective. And these two are further Gita study books. This is the Gita from a rational perspective. 100 articles with about 80 diagrams, simple diagrams like I was drawing today. This explains, if you study the Gita from with a rational mind, we may get some questions. If God controls everything, do we really have free will? If God is equal to all, then why is He on one side in the battlefield? And why is calling the other side as enemies? Is the Gita actually a book that incites violence because it tells Arjuna to fight? So questions, about 100 questions like this are answered. This follows the mood of Baldev Vidyabhushan, a prominent Gita commentator. This is in his mood of analysis. This is the Gita from a relational perspective. It focuses on how the Gita is not just a book of philosophy, but a book that expresses Krishna's love for Arjuna, and by extension divinity's love for humanity. And philosophy is just a medium for expressing that love. So if you'd like to develop your personal relationship with Krishna through the study of the Gita, this book can be an aid. This follows the mood of the Gita commentator Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. And then this is the Gita from an inspirational perspective. So this has 365 quotes inspired by the Bhagavad Gita. So Krishna does not promise a stormless sea, but he does provide us an unsinkable ship. So this is based on the same verse that I mentioned today. When fear accelerates your imagination, let faith become your brake. So like that there are quotes, and this is a very accessible way of sharing spiritual wisdom with even those who are not interested in spirituality. If you give them a book, your colleagues, relatives, friends, they may not read a spiritual book, but you just give them a calendar with quotes, they are likely to read it. Or you can just keep it in your home reception or workplace desk, and they read a quote. If it strikes their interest, then you can have some spiritual discussions with them. So all 4 are available, and I am also available for signing them if you want. If you take all 4, there's also a discount. Thank you very much. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki, Jai Gaur Premanande.
His Grace Chaitanya Charan Prabhu ki jai. Thank you so much, Prabhu. So just a few short announcements before we start Arti here. Just like to go over the sponsors of today's Sunday feast. We have an anonymous donor. We have Srinivasan Ambar, David Sutikuno, Sakya Premadasa, and then he's requesting prayers for his mother, Gundavrupi Rajeshwari, and Udagiri Sinpata, in memory of his daughter Shri, who just passed away on Friday on Ekadasi. Then thank you everybody. If we can also, before that, if we can say one Maha mantra for them very loudly. 1, 2, 3. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We ask that Shri Shri Radha Kalashanji bless these families. Thank you so much. A reminder, April 15th is Festival of Joy, our Rath Yatra, at Clyde Warren Park. Over 5,000 people will attend. Please come. There's over 10,000 cards to hand out to your friends, work people, anywhere. Just grab some cards and hand them out. Then we have Ram Nomi on April 30th. And yeah, there it is. Festival of Joy, April 15th. Come, please. Okay, we can all stand up and then let's do Gora Arti, please. Cassandra? You want to sing?
Yes, but I need it to be clear because I don't know it by heart.
Yes. I hear you.
If you can protect. I'm gonna try.
Hello! How exciting.
I don't know.
I was sitting behind you.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namaste
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Gaura Bhakta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Keep Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati ko Shobha Keep Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Harati ko Shobha Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Harati ko Shobha Janavita Tavane Jagamanalova Janavita Tavane Jagamanalova Kipadaki Nenitai Chan Bame Gadadara Kipadaki Nenitai Chan Bame Gadadara Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chatradara Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chatradara Kipa Vosi Ache Gora Chan Ranna Simhasan Kipa Vosi Ache Gora Chan Ranna Simhasan Arati Kore na Brahma Jaya Mukunda Vasu Goshadi Gaya Jaya Mukunda Vasu Kiva Shankar Baje Ganta Baje Baje Karatala Kiva Shankar Baje Ganta Baje Baje Karatala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Shankha baje, ghanta baje, madhur 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 baje, ghanta baje, madhur madhur. Shankha baje, ghanta baje, madhur 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 baje, ghanta baje, madhur madhur. Shankha baje, ghanta baje, madhur 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 baje. 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 Kiva bahu koti Chandra jini Vadana ujvala Bahu koti Chandra jini Vadana ujvala Gala deshe bana mala Kore jalamala Kore jalamala Kiva Shiva Shuka Narada Preme Gada Gada Kiva Shiva Narada Preme Gada Gada Bhakati Vinoda Deke Gora Sampada Kiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Koshoba Kiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Koshoba Janavi Tatavane Jaga Manalo Tatavane Jaga Manalo Gorangera Tikshobha Jaga Janna Manalo Gora Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gora Hari Bo. Nitai Gora Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gora Hari Bo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandri Radha Kala Chandri Radhe Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Jagannath, Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. One more time, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bo.
Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON founder Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Auntie Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivsari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopi Gopinath Shamakun Radhakun Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalashandadi Dham Ki Jai. Gangamaya Yamunamaya Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai. Brihat Mardanga Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai. Samaveda Bhakta Vinda Ki Jai. Gaura Pramanande. All glories to the symbol devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the symbol devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the symbol devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Sri Prabhupada Ki Jai. What's that? Can I sing? Oh. Namaste Nara Sri Maya. Namaste Nara Sri Maya. Pralada Lada Daine. Pralada Lada Daine. Hiranya Kashi Purvakari. Hiranya Kashi Purvakari. Shila Tonka Nakalae. Shila Tonka Nakalae. Hitone Shingo Paratone Shingo. Yatone Shingo Paratone Shingo. Yato Yato Yanita Tone Shingo. Yato Yato Yanita Tone Shingo. Bahirne Shingo Yedayene Shingo. Narasingamadim Sharanam Prapure Narasingamadim Sharanam Prapure Tavakara Kamaravare Nakam Haruta Singha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubrinam Keshavadita Narari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Aruta Singha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubrinam Keshavadita Jai Nrsingadev Jai Nrsingadev Keshavadita Narari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Nrsingadev Jaya Nrsingadev Jaya Nrsingadev Jaya Nrsingadev Jaya Narahari Jaya Narahari Jaya Narahari Jaya Narahari Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 one more Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Haribo Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Nitai Gaura Nitai Gaura one more Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Nrsinga Bhagavan ki jai Prahlad Maharaj ki jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai Gaura Pramanande Hari Hari Bo all glorious assembled devotees
बोल दिया मैंने बोल दिया can see it here. Which is the rational thought? This one. Yeah, I'll give this to Prabhu. You want this, right? Yeah. Well, how much of this? $15. This one there. Yes, yes. Prabhuji also. Prabhuji, you come and talk to them. We can do it. कौन सा? या मैं यहाँ पे रख देता हूँ। आप देखिए। The fourth one is a calendar like this that I will give you in the temple room. Okay. And probably I have to write your name so that I remember all the names. Take it up. One each. Then I will write the name. 60? Yeah.
Fourth will be there. You can write, get your name written. Yes, that fourth one actually is
Yeah. But I will give you later.
Yeah, that's fine. How much is it?
60.
Including fourth one.
Including fourth one.
Reverb.
So Prabhuji, whoever is paying by bill, I have to write down the names.
What
Yes.
can I do?
You already paid?
Yesterday, I didn't have the cash.
Oh, but you took the books, right? Okay, you'll take that.
It's
Mataji, yes, Mataji and I. Yes, thank you. Prabhuji, my books.
Yeah, 60.
60?
60?
Yeah,
Okay.
you gave 60.
50.
And Mataji, your name is?
Vijaya.
Vijaya?
Vijaya.
Vijaya?
Venu Reddy. B.
Oh, B, okay, B, I'll
I can write.
No, it's
B
okay.
as in Victor? No.
Oh, B, okay. I will write down like this. Mataji, you have to take my number because I have to give one more book to you.
Venu Reddy actually.
I just written Vijay V.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Prabhu, is this you?
Yes. 60. Thank you.
And the spiral is.
Okay, Prabhuji. And your name, Prabhuji? Ankur Prabhuji.
Oh, the spiral.
You took only one, Prabhuji? You took only one, Prabhuji?
yes.
And paid $15.
No,
Huh?
I paid.
Yes. You paid, Mataji?
I paid Prabhu. My
Okay.
name. You didn't know.
I know for Mataji. Shri Gopika Mataji.
Yeah.
I
Your
will.
name?
Yeah, Dauji Nitai Das. Dauji Nitai. 703 459 4554.
703 4594.
Yes, Mataji. Dauji Nitai.
Dauji Nitai.
Yeah. And then Mataji, you just text me once saying ki I have to get the Gita Delhi. That's all. Just one text, I will remember.
So when can we expect the
2 weeks. 703 459 4554. 4554. Yes, Dauji Nitai. Dauji. Yes. You just write Dauji, that's all. Dauji. And ISKCON, just write ISKCON. Yeah. Yeah. And then send me a text. Thank you.
I've been here for like 6 years already.
Yes.
I just sent money for a set of 4.
4? Oh, you have to get that.
I grew up there. I grew up in Houston. No.
And fourth one, I will give you this one little letter. You just have to take my number. And your name, Toji?
Surasika Nityananda. Surasika.
Sri?
Surasika. Surasika Nityananda. Friday I take
Toji, who's Spiritual Master? I guessed it because such big names only he gives.
So,
Okay, thank you. Okay.
do I text you?
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. You stay here?
Yeah,
You
I live
came
in
here?
Carrollton.
Oh, Carrollton? Okay.
Another part across the street. So do I text you probably?
Yes, 703 459 4554. Yes, Dauji Nitai. Yes. रोजी ओरी बनाना पड़ेगा आपको एक लिया ओके और कोई लिया
Yes, send a text.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Via.
SROIY.
Yeah, we met at ISKCON Laguna Beach. When you came, I think 2016 or 18. Laguna Beach. You were there at the time? Yeah, that time. That time. Actually 2000, just after that. 2000. Stay nearby? Yes. I mean,
आप डिले कर दीजिए मैं उनको देखूंगा कैसे लेना है मेरे को पता नहीं चेक लेते ही नहीं मेरा कल सुबह सुबह हाँ ठीक है
मैं आपको टेक्स्ट करता हूँ.
हाँ बिल्कुल
CHAN.
Mataji, please come. They are children, Mataji. Tomorrow morning, 4 o'clock. You can come. The only problem is Guruji's throat is very paining. So he is even not talking to us. He is only storing his energy just to give the class and then signing. That is the only problem. Home also he doesn't come to us. He's storing. He's in a very great pain. Even he is seeing a doctor here without, there is a Vibhuti Mataji who is seeing her and then giving all the medicines. So he is in a very pain.
So broken. The back's broken. Hare Namah Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama. I'll sing with you. Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Everyone, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Indra Prabhu, Jaya Indra Prabhu. Jaya Indra Prabhu, Jaya Indra Prabhu. Jaya Indra Prabhu, Shri Pada Indra Prabhu. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol. Oh Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Jaya Indra Prabhu, Indra Prabhu, Indra Prabhu, Jaya Indra Prabhu. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatadishatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Jaya Radhe, 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 Jaya Shri Radhe, Jaya Radhe. Jaya Shri Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jila Prabhupada.
I forgot the tune, bro. Wait. I put it back. No. Oh, I asked Sean to play a good one. Sean played a good one. I don't even. You don't even choose? Now no one is here to play, so I know that's so much. You can. You can. Like whoa, like how low.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,